Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight. And, if you wish, what's on your mind? I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The hearthstone radiates warmth against Samwise Gamgee's weathered palms, each crack in the ancient stone worn smooth by generations of hobbit hands seeking comfort. The scent of pipeweed mingles with lavender and chamomile drying from the rafters above, while somewhere beyond the round green door the Brandywine murmurs its eternal secrets to the willows. Sam shifts slightly in his favourite chair, the one that fits his frame like an old friend's embrace, and notices something peculiar about the firelight tonight. It dances not with its usual amber glow, but with threads of silver that seem to whisper of older stories that predate even the oldest oak in Hobbiton. "Rosie, love," he murmurs, his voice carrying the gentle cadence that has soothed their children to sleep countless times. "Have you ever noticed how the fire tells different tales when autumn settles deep?" Rosie Cotton Gamgee looks up from her needlework, her fingers still moving in the practiced rhythm of mending that connects her to generations of hobbit wives before her. The firelight catches the copper threads in her hair, transforming her into something both familiar and magical, a keeper of Hearthside wisdom in a world that measures time not in years but in seed times and harvests, in the turning of seasons and the stories passed from hand to hand like warm bread. "Different how, Sam?" she asks, though her eyes already hold that knowing glimmer that suggests she too has felt the peculiar quality of this particular evening. The third age of Middle-earth settles around them like a comfortable blanket, an era when the great deeds of kings and wizards have faded into the realm of distant memory, leaving space for smaller, more precious stories to flourish. Here in the Shire, where the green hills roll like sleeping giants under starlight, time moves to a different rhythm entirely. It flows with the patience of growing things, with the wisdom of those who understand that the most profound truths often hide in the simplest moments. Sam's garden beyond the window bears witness to this philosophy, each plant tended with the reverence of one who knows that coaxing life from soil is its own form of magic. The late tomatoes hang heavy on their vines, their red faces glowing like tiny suns in the moonlight, while the herb garden releases whispers of sage and thyme into the cooling air. Even the compost pile, humble though it may be, represents the hobbit understanding that endings are merely beginnings in disguise, that death feeds life in an endless gentle cycle. "Well," Sam begins, settling deeper into his chair with the deliberate comfort of one who has learned to savour peace after experiencing its absence. "It seems to me that fires in autumn remember things. They burn with the memory of logs that once were trees, and trees that once sheltered birds, and birds that once carried songs from distant lands. The cottage itself seems to lean in to listen, its oak beams creaking with the satisfied sigh of wood that has found its purpose. Built into the hillside in the traditional hobbit manner, the dwelling exists in harmony with the earth, rather than imposing upon it. The walls, curved and welcoming, are lined with shelves that hold not just books and pottery, but the accumulated treasures of a life well lived. Stones worn smooth by the Brandywine, pressed flowers from long ago summers, and carved wooden figures that their children once clutched during bedtime stories. This is the architecture of contentment, where every corner serves not just function, but comfort, where the very design whispers that life's greatest adventures often begin and end in the safety of home. The round windows glow like friendly eyes, their glass panes hand-blown by the craftsmen of Hobbiton, each slight imperfection a signature of human, or rather, hobbit, touch in a world increasingly dominated by the mechanical and precise. Rosie sets down her mending and moves to the kettle that perpetually simmers at the fire's edge, a tradition as old as the Shire itself. The tea she brews tonight carries hints of mint from their garden, honey from the hives that Sam tends with the same devotion he once gave to Master Frodo's affairs, and something else, a blend of herbs that her grandmother called dream tea, though none could say exactly what dreams it might inspire. "Then tell me," she says, settling into the chair beside him with the graceful economy of movement that comes from decades of shared domesticity. "What stories is our fire remembering tonight?" The question hangs in the air like incense, and for a moment the cottage falls into that particular quality of silence that precedes storytelling. It is not empty silence, but full silence, the kind that holds space for words yet to come, for wisdom waiting to unfold like flowers in the morning light. Outside, a barn owl calls to its mate with a voice that seems to echo from the very foundations of the world, while the wind in the eaves carries hints of distant rain. Sam takes a slow sip of his tea, feeling the warmth spread through his chest like liquid contentment. His hands, scarred from gardening and marked by the gentle violence of coaxing beauty from earth, wrap around the mug with the reverence of one who has learned never to take simple pleasures for granted. The ceramic, fired in the kilns of Bywater, bears the subtle irregularities that mark it as the work of hobbit hands. Functional yet beautiful, practical yet touched with artistry. "Well now," he begins, his voice taking on the ceremonial cadence of the born storyteller, "I reckon it remembers the tale of old Bandobra Took, him they called the Bull-Roarer, and how he won the Battle of the Green Fields not with sword or shield, but with something far more precious, the understanding that sometimes the smallest folk can move the largest obstacles." The fire crackles its approval, sending sparks up the chimney like tiny messengers carrying the story toward the stars. Each spark traces a brief arc of light before winking out, and in their dancing ascent one might glimpse the shadows of other stories, other times when the hearthlight served as beacon and sanctuary for those who valued peace over conquest, comfort over glory. Rosie settles back in her chair, her needlework forgotten for now, and lets her husband's voice carry her into that timeless space where past and present blur like watercolours in rain. This is the Hobbit way, to honour memory not with monuments of stone, but with the living preservation of story, passed from voice to voice like a flame that never dies but only changes hands. The tale Sam tells is not new to either of them. They have shared it countless times with their children, their neighbours, anyone who would listen during the long winter evenings when storytelling becomes as essential as bread and butter. But familiarity does not diminish its power. If anything, each retelling adds new layers, new nuances discovered in the comfortable repetition that marks the difference between entertainment and ritual. "Bandobras," Sam continues, his voice soft but carrying the authority of one who has seen enough of the world to know that heroism comes in many forms, wasn't the largest of the Tooks, nor the loudest, though that's saying something about a Took. But he had what his grandmother called the long sight, the ability to see not just what was, but what could be, if only someone had the courage to imagine it differently. The Battle of the Green Fields, as Sam tells it, becomes not a tale of violence, but of transformation. How the invading goblins, expecting to face the fury of armed resistance, instead encountered something they had no weapons to counter, the collective determination of a people who knew exactly what they were fighting for. Not for gold or territory, or the abstract concepts that drive larger folk to war, but for the right to tend their gardens in peace, to raise their children in safety, to preserve the gentle rhythms of life that the Shire represented. The goblins, you see, Sam explains, his eyes reflecting the firelight like windows into distant scenes. They understood greed, and they understood fear, but they'd never encountered a people whose strength came from contentment. When they saw the hobbits standing firm, not with hatred in their hearts, but with the quiet resolution of gardeners protecting their plots, well, it fair confused them into retreat. Rosie smiles at this interpretation, knowing that her husband's version of history tends to emphasise the virtues he holds most dear. But truth, in the Hobbit understanding, is not always about strict accuracy of fact. Sometimes it is about the accuracy of feeling, the preservation of the essential spirit that makes a story worth remembering. Outside their window, the Shire settles into the deep quiet of autumn evening. The last of the harvest has been gathered. The pantries are full of preserves and pickled vegetables, the cellars stocked with wheels of aging cheese that will improve throughout the long winter months. This is prosperity of a different sort than the gold counting that occupies the minds of kings and merchants, prosperity measured in sufficiency, in the certainty that there is enough, and that enough is plenty. The hobbit holes that dot the hillsides glow with their own hearth fires now, each one a small sun in the darkness, each representing a family gathered in similar comfort. Some tell stories of their own, others share the day's gossip over cups of ale, while the eldest among them might sit in contemplative silence, watching the flames and remembering faces now gone to whatever lies beyond the grey havens. But that's not the end of Bandobro's story, Sam continues, refilling their teacups with the unhurried grace of one who has learned that the best things in life cannot be rushed. After the battle, when the green fields were green again instead of trampled brown, he did something that nobody expected, not even his own family. He pauses here, as all good storytellers do, allowing anticipation to build like steam in the kettle. Rosie raises an eyebrow in theatrical curiosity, though she knows the tale as well as he does. This is part of the ritual, the call and response of shared narrative, where both teller and listener play their roles in keeping the story alive. He planted a garden, Sam announces with the satisfaction of one revealing a profound truth. Right there on the battlefield, he planted the first of what would become the memorial gardens that still bloom every spring in remembrance. Not a monument of stone that would weather and crumble, but a living memorial that would grow more beautiful with each passing year. The wisdom of this choice settles between them like a blessing. In a world where victory is usually marked by the building of tombs or the raising of statues, the idea of commemorating peace with growing things speaks to something deeper than memory. It speaks to hope, to the faith that life will always find ways to triumph over destruction. That's very like a hobbit, Rosie observes, her voice carrying the gentle pride of one who belongs to a people who measure their victories in harvests rather than conquests, to answer war with gardening. Aye, Sam agrees, his weathered face creasing into smile lines earned through decades of finding reasons for contentment. And they say that the roses Bandobra planted there still bloom differently than any others in the Shire. They carry in their petals something of the courage that grew on that field, something that reminds the earth itself that peace is worth fighting for. The fire settles lower now, its flames growing more contemplative as the evening deepens. The light it casts seems to pulse with the rhythm of slow breathing, as if the hearth itself has joined the meditation that naturally accompanies good storytelling. The shadows on the walls become softer, more forgiving, transforming the familiar cottage into something dreamlike and eternal. This is when the boundary between waking and sleeping begins to blur, when stories become more than entertainment and approach the realm of prayer. The hobbits understand this threshold better than most. Their tales are not designed to excite but to soothe, not to stimulate but to comfort, carrying listeners gently toward the peaceful darkness where dreams wait with their own stories to tell. But speaking of gardens, Rosie says, her voice taking on the lilting quality that suggests another tale is stirring to life. Did I ever tell you about Great Aunt Peony and the singing carrots of Binbol Wood? Sam's eyes brighten with anticipation, though this is a story he has heard before. In the Hobbit tradition, repetition does not diminish enjoyment but enhances it, like returning to visit an old friend whose company never grows tiresome. Each telling reveals new details, new connections, new reasons to cherish the familiar wisdom that connects them to their ancestors and to each other. Now that, he says, settling more comfortably into his chair, sounds like a tale worth hearing on a night when the fire remembers things. The cottage seems to agree, its timbers creaking a soft accompaniment, as Rosie begins her own weaving of words and memory. The tea grows cooler in their cups, the fire burns lower in the grate, and outside the round window, the first stars of evening begin their ancient dance across the velvet sky. Great Aunt Peony, as Rosie tells it, was a hobbit of particular determination, and even more particular eccentricity, which in the Shire often amounted to the same thing. She lived alone in a cottage at the edge of Binbol Wood, where the cultivated lands of Hobbiton gave way to the wilder spaces where oak and ash trees held court over shadows that might contain anything from deer to the occasional wandering wizard. She talked to her vegetables, Rosie explains, her needle resuming its gentle rhythm through the fabric as she speaks, creating a soft counterpoint to her words. Not in the way that gardeners do, encouraging words and gentle scolding when the slugs get at the lettuce. No, Aunt Peony held proper conversations with her plants, as if they were neighbours who'd stop by for tea. The peculiarity of this behaviour, in a culture that prided itself on sensible eccentricity, was not that she talked to vegetables. Many hobbits did that, but that she genuinely seemed to expect them to answer. And according to family legend, passed down through 3 generations of increasingly sceptical relatives, sometimes they did. The carrots were the most talkative, Rosie continues, her voice carrying the mixture of affection and gentle mockery that hobbits reserve for their most beloved family oddities. They'd sing to her in the early morning, when the dew was still heavy and the earth soft enough for their voices to carry. Little melodies about the sweetness of soil and the weight of growing, harmonies that seemed to rise from the very roots of the world. Sam nods appreciatively at this image, understanding better than most the intimate relationship between gardener and garden. He has felt in his own careful tending moments when the communication between human and plant seemed to transcend the merely practical. Not conversation, perhaps, but something subtler, a recognition, a partnership in the ancient collaboration between will and earth that produces beauty from seeming nothing. What did they sing about, he asks, though the question is really an invitation for Rosie to expand her tale into the comfortable territory of the completely impossible, made perfectly reasonable through the alchemy of good storytelling. Oh, practical things mostly, Rosie replies with the matter-of-fact tone that makes the fantastic seem inevitable. Warnings about early frost, gossip about the turnips who thought themselves too grand for the root cellar, complaints about the rabbits who showed no proper respect for garden boundaries. She pauses in her stitching to take a sip of tea, using the moment to gauge the mood of her audience. Sam's face bears the expression of someone prepared to believe in singing carrots for the duration of the story, if only because the alternative, interrupting a perfectly good tale with questions of plausibility, would be far less satisfying than simply accepting the magic and seeing where it leads. But sometimes, Rosie continues, her voice dropping to the confidential tone reserved for the most treasured parts of any family legend, they'd sing about deeper things, about the memories held in soil that had nurtured plants for generations, about the conversations between root systems that stretched beneath the entire Shire like a vast network of whispered news. This idea settles between them with the weight of something that might actually be true, or at least true enough to matter. The notion that the earth itself might hold memory, that plants might share information through channels invisible to human perception, speaks to the hobbit understanding of community that extends beyond the merely social to encompass all of life's interconnected systems. And did she learn anything useful from all this vegetable conversation? Sam asks, playing his role as the practical questioner who keeps fantastical tales grounded in the everyday concerns that give them meaning. Indeed she did, Rosie confirms with satisfaction. Aunt Peony's garden became the most productive in 3 townships. Her vegetables grew larger and sweeter than anyone else's. Her harvest lasted longer into the winter, and her preserves were so flavourful that people would trade good wool and fine pottery just to have a jar of her pickled beets. The success of Great Aunt Peony's unusual methods speaks to one of the Shire's most cherished beliefs, that wisdom often comes disguised as foolishness, that the people others dismiss as slightly touched might actually be touching something profound. In a culture that values both conformity and individuality, eccentricity is tolerated and even celebrated when it produces tangible benefits for the community. But the real treasure, Rosie continues, her voice taking on the reverential tone reserved for the moral centre of any properly constructed tale, wasn't the extra-large turnips or the prize-winning squash. It was the fact that she was never lonely, never truly alone, as long as she tended her garden with love and listened with genuine attention to what it might have to tell her. This truth resonates in the warm cottage like the echo of a church bell, settling into corners and crevices where it can work its quiet magic on hearts, prepared to receive it. The idea that attention and care can transform ordinary relationships into something approaching communion speaks directly to the hobbit understanding of how meaning is created through the accumulation of small daily acts of devotion. The fire burns lower now, its flames more contemplative than dramatic, casting a softer light that seems to encourage reflection rather than excitement. The cottage settles deeper into evening's embrace, its rooms filling with the particular quiet that comes when day's work is done and night's peace beckons with promises of rest and dream. Outside, the Shire prepares for sleep in its own unhurried way. Children in distant hobbit holes are being tucked into beds with stories of their own, while their parents bank the fires and check the locks, performing the ritual domestic magic that keeps the small world safe for another night. The last late bloomers in gardens across the hillsides close their petals against the cooling air, while the night shift of owls and hedgehogs begins the quiet work of maintaining the balance between growing and dreaming. I've always wondered, Sam muses, staring into the red heart of the coals where tiny galaxies of spark and ember create their brief, beautiful lives, if maybe all gardens are a bit like Aunt Peony's, full of voices we just haven't learned to hear properly. It's a thought that transforms the simple act of gardening into something approaching mysticism, suggesting that the daily work of cultivation might be, at its deepest level, a form of conversation with forces larger and more ancient than human understanding. The idea that plants might have their own forms of consciousness, their own methods of communication, their own wisdom to share with those patient enough to listen, opens doors in the mind that lead to rooms full of wonder. Perhaps, Rosie agrees, her needlework creating tiny stars of thread against the dark fabric, each stitch a small act of creation that mirrors the larger patterns of growth and renewal that govern all life. Perhaps the whole world is full of conversations we're only just beginning to understand. The tea has grown cold in their cups, but neither moves to refresh it. This is the hour when comfort transcends the physical, when the warmth generated by shared story and mutual understanding creates its own climate of contentment. The cottage wraps around them like a promise of safety, its familiar creaks and sighs forming a lullaby older than memory. "Tell me about the brandy wine," Sam says quietly, his voice carrying the tone of one making a request for the most precious gift possible. Another story to bridge the space between waking and sleeping. Another thread in the tapestry of memory that connects them to the larger patterns of their world. Rosie's face brightens with the particular pleasure that comes from being asked to share knowledge that lies close to the heart. The Brandywine River, that ancient waterway that marks the eastern boundary of the Shire and connects the Hobbit lands to the wider world beyond, carries in its flowing waters the accumulated wisdom of countless seasons, countless stories, countless moments of beauty observed and preserved in the eternal memory of moving water. "Ah, the brandy wine," she begins, her voice taking on the rhythm of water over stones, the eternal cadence that underlies all tales of rivers and their secrets. Now there's a story that begins before the first hobbit ever thought to build a burrow or plant a garden, back in the days when the world was younger and magic flowed as freely as water from the mountains to the sea. The river, as Rosie tells it, serves as more than mere boundary or transportation route. It functions as the Shire's memory keeper, carrying in its current the stories of every generation that has lived along its banks. The water that flows past Hobbiton today carries traces of rain that fell on the same hills centuries ago, creating an unbroken connection between past and present that makes the river a kind of liquid library, preserving in its depths the accumulated experience of all who have ever drawn life from its flow. The old wives say, Rosie continues, her needle catching the firelight as it moves through fabric with the precision of long practice, that if you know how to listen properly, you can hear in the river's voice the echo of every important moment that ever happened along its banks. Every wedding feast where the bride and groom threw flowers into the current for luck, every harvest celebration where children splashed in the shallows while their parents shared ale and stories on the bank. This notion of the river as repository of collective memory transforms the simple act of walking along its banks into something approaching pilgrimage. The water becomes not just a resource for irrigation and transportation, but a connection to the continuity that gives individual lives their meaning within the larger pattern of community and tradition. But more than that, Rosie adds, her voice dropping to the whisper that contains the most important secrets. They say the river remembers the future as well as the past, carrying in its flow hints of what is yet to come for those who have learned to read the signs properly. Sam shifts in his chair, settling deeper into the comfortable hollows worn by years of evening conversations just like this one. The idea that time might flow like water, carrying past and future in the same eternal current, speaks to something deeper than philosophy. It speaks to the intuitive understanding that all moments exist simultaneously in the mind of the world, separated only by the limitations of human perception. What kind of signs? He asks, though his voice carries the drowsy quality that suggests the question comes more from the desire to keep the story flowing than from any urgent need for specific information. Ripples that move against the current, Rosie replies, her words taking on the hypnotic quality of water itself, flowing and gentle and impossible to grasp directly. Mist that rises when the air is clear and dry. Fish that swim in patterns that seem to spell out words in languages older than speech itself. These images settle into consciousness like sediment in still water, creating layers of meaning that will resurface in dreams and quiet moments of contemplation. The boundary between metaphor and literal truth becomes irrelevant in the face of beauty that speaks directly to the part of the mind that thinks in symbols and recognizes truth through resonance rather than logic. The cottage grows quieter as the evening deepens, its walls seeming to lean in closer, as if to contain the stories more securely, to preserve them in the amber of shared attention until they can be passed on to the next generation of listeners. The fire burns lower, its light becoming more intimate, transforming the familiar room into a sanctuary where ordinary time gives way to the eternal present of well-told tales. My grandmother, Rosie continues, her voice soft as moth wings against window glass, used to take me down to the riverbank on nights when the moon was dark, when the water ran black as velvet and reflected the stars like scattered diamonds. She'd sit on her favourite log, worn smooth by decades of her patient watching, and teach me to listen for the river's voice beneath the sound of its flowing. The image conjures itself with perfect clarity, an old hobbit woman and a young girl sitting in comfortable silence beside moving water, both learning to hear the difference between the surface chatter of current over stone and the deeper voice that carries meanings too subtle for ordinary speech. This is education of the most profound sort. Not the transfer of information, but the cultivation of attention, the development of the inner ear that can detect harmony in apparent chaos. And did you hear it? Sam asks, though his question comes wrapped in the gentle drowsiness that marks the transition from active listening to the receptive state, where stories work their deepest magic. Sometimes, Rosie admits, her needle moving in slower, more contemplative rhythms now, creating patterns that seem to mirror the flow of water over stones, the eternal dance of current and obstacle that shapes both riverbed and story. On the clearest nights, when the air was still and my heart was quiet, I could hear something beneath the water sound. Not words exactly, but something like music, something like memory made audible. The description hovers between sense and nonsense, between the literally true and the metaphorically perfect, creating space for listeners to supply their own understanding of what it might mean to hear the voice of flowing water. This is the gift of good storytelling, not to dictate meaning but to create conditions where meaning can emerge naturally, like flowers from well-tended soil. What did it sound like? Sam whispers, his voice barely audible above the soft crackling of the settling fire. Like lullabies, Rosie replies, her words flowing with the same gentle rhythm as the water she describes. Like all the lullabies that mothers have ever sung to their children, blended together into one vast, soft song that promises safety and rest, and dreams filled with beauty rather than fear. The fire shifts in the grate, sending up a shower of sparks that dance briefly in the chimney before disappearing into the darkness beyond. Each tiny light traces its own brief arc of existence, and in their dancing ascent one might glimpse the shadows of other stories yet to be told. other evenings yet to be shared beside fires that burn with the accumulated warmth of countless peaceful moments. Outside, the Shire settles into the deep quiet of night, its rolling hills transformed by darkness into something both familiar and mysterious. The hobbit holes glow like fireflies scattered across the landscape, each one a small beacon of domestic contentment, each representing a family gathered in similar peace around their own hearth, sharing their own stories, creating their own threads in the vast tapestry of community memory that keeps the small world whole. The river knows things, Rosie continues, her voice taking on the quality of water itself, flowing, persistent, finding its way around obstacles through patience rather than force. It knows about the deep places where the old magic still sleeps, waiting for the right moment to wake and work wonders that will remind the world that not everything beautiful has been lost to time and forgetting. This suggestion of sleeping magic, of wonders waiting just beneath the surface of ordinary experience, transforms the familiar landscape of the Shire into something charged with possibility. The idea that ancient power might rest dormant in the depths of well-known places, not threatening or dangerous, but simply waiting for the proper moment of recognition, makes every walk along the river a potential adventure, every quiet moment beside flowing water an opportunity for discovery. Sometimes, Rosie adds, her needle catching the last strong light of the fire, as she creates patterns that seem to mirror the flow of stories through time. I think that's what we're doing here, in our cosy cottages with our gardens and our hearth fires. We're keeping the good magic alive through small daily acts of love and attention, feeding it with stories and care until the time comes when the world needs it most. The profundity of this observation settles between them like a blessing, transforming their quiet evening ritual into something approaching ceremony. The idea that ordinary domestic life might serve as a form of spiritual practice, that the simple act of tending home and garden and community might be a way of preserving forces that the larger world has forgotten how to value, gives weight and meaning to every small act of daily devotion. Sam nods slowly, understanding flowing through him like warmth from the fire. His own experience of tending gardens, of coaxing beauty from earth through patient attention and gentle care, suddenly reveals itself as part of a larger pattern of preservation and renewal that connects him to ancient rhythms of growth and rest, planting and harvest, telling and listening that keep the world in balance. That's why the stories matter so much, he says, his voice soft with the wonder of recognition. They're not just entertainment, they're the way we tend the invisible gardens, the way we keep the seeds of wonder and wisdom alive until they're needed. The fire burns lower still, its flames becoming more contemplative, less eager to dance and more content to glow with steady warmth. The cottage around them seems to pulse gently with contentment, its timbers creaking in rhythms that match the slow breathing of those approaching the threshold between waking and sleeping, between the day's tasks and the night's dreams. "Tell me one more," Sam requests, his voice carrying the drowsy quality that marks the transition from active listening to the receptive state, where stories work their most profound magic. "Tell me about the old Took, and the door that wouldn't stay shut." Rosie smiles, recognizing in this request the desire for a particular kind of story, one that will serve as a bridge between the conscious mind and the realm of dreams, carrying the listener gently across the boundary that separates daily awareness from the deeper currents of rest and restoration that flow through sleep like underground rivers. "Ah, the old Took," she begins, her voice taking on the ceremonial cadence reserved for tales that serve as doorways rather than mere entertainment. Now there was a hobbit who understood that sometimes the most important journeys begin with the courage to leave doors unlocked, to let the unexpected find its way into our carefully ordered lives. The old Took, as Rosie tells it, lived in the grandest burrow in all of Tuckborough, a dwelling so extensive and elaborate that visitors sometimes needed maps to find their way from the front door to the dining room. But despite its size and sophistication, the burrow had one peculiar characteristic that caused endless consternation among the old Took's more practically minded relatives. The back door simply refused to stay properly closed. No matter how carefully he latched it, Rosie explains, her needle moving in slower, more hypnotic rhythms now, creating patterns that seem to mirror the gentle persistence of doors that open themselves. No matter how firmly he barred it or how securely he locked it, every morning he would find it standing wide open, as if the house itself had decided that fresh air and possibility were more important than security and predictability. The image of this persistently opening door creates its own kind of magic, suggesting that some invitations cannot be refused, some opportunities cannot be locked out no matter how determinedly one tries to maintain control over the boundaries between inner and outer, known and unknown, safe and mysterious. His family worried. Of course, Rosie continues, her voice flowing with the gentle persistence of the door itself, opening and opening and opening again despite all efforts to keep it closed. They suggested new hinges, better locks, even moving to a different burrow entirely. But the old Took understood something that took them years to comprehend. The door wasn't broken. It was working exactly as doors are meant to work, as passages between one possibility and another. This interpretation of the stubborn door as functioning correctly rather than malfunctioning creates a gentle revolution in thinking, suggesting that what appears to be a problem might actually be an invitation. What seems like failure might actually be success of a different and more profound sort. What came through the door, Sam asks, though his question emerges from the drowsy state where curiosity blends with the deeper desire for stories that will carry him gently towards sleep. Wonders, Rosie replies simply, her voice soft as thistledown on evening air. Morning breezes that carried the scent of flowers from valleys no map had ever recorded. Birds with songs that seemed to contain melodies from music not yet composed. Sunlight that fell across his floor in patterns that looked almost like writing in a language older than words. Each image settles into consciousness like a blessing, creating layers of beauty that will resurface in dreams as memories of places that exist only in the country that lies between waking and sleeping. The boundary between the possible and the magical becomes irrelevant in the face of beauty that speaks directly to the part of the mind that recognizes truth through wonder rather than analysis. But more than that, Rosie adds, her words flowing like water over stones, smooth and persistent and impossible to resist. The open door brought him visitors he never could have imagined, travellers with stories that expanded his understanding of what the world contained, wanderers who carried news of marvels that existed just beyond the edges of ordinary experience. The fire burns lower, its light becoming more intimate and contemplative, transforming the familiar cottage into a sanctuary where the ordinary laws of time and space bend gently to accommodate the deeper rhythms of story and dream. The shadows on the walls grow softer, more forgiving, creating spaces where the impossible becomes inevitable, and the magical reveals itself as simply another aspect of truth. And did he ever try to close it again? Sam whispers, his voice barely audible above the soft settling of coals in the grate. Never, Rosie confirms, her needle moving in patterns that seem to mirror the opening and closing of doors that exist in the spaces between sleeping and waking. He learned to trust that some invitations are too precious to refuse, some possibilities too beautiful to shut out, even when we can't predict what they might bring or where they might lead. The story settles between them like a benediction, its meaning flowing beyond the literal into the realm where metaphor becomes more real than fact, where wisdom disguises itself as simple tale and works its transformation through beauty rather than argument. The cottage seems to breathe around them, its walls expanding and contracting gently with the rhythm of those approaching the threshold, where consciousness gives way to the deeper currents of rest and renewal. Outside, the Shire sleeps beneath a canopy of stars that seem closer tonight, as if drawn down by the weight of well-told stories and the gentle magnetism of contentment. The rolling hills breathe with the slow rhythm of earth at rest, while the Brandywine murmurs its eternal secrets to the willows that lean over its banks like grandmothers sharing whispered wisdom with their favourite grandchildren. Sam and Rosie sit in the comfortable silence that follows the completion of a perfect tale, their minds settling like silt in still water, thoughts becoming dreamlike and soft around the edges. The fire has burned down to a bed of glowing coals that pulse with warm light like the heart of some benevolent sleeping dragon, content to dream of gentle flames rather than blazing glory. "I should bank the fire," Sam murmurs, though his voice carries no urgency, no real intention of disturbing the peaceful lethargy that has settled over them like a blanket woven from starlight and satisfaction. "In a moment," Rosie agrees, her needlework lying forgotten in her lap as she gazes into the red heart of the coals where tiny galaxies of ember and ash create their brief, beautiful dance. "I was just thinking about something my grandmother used to say about fires like this, how they're not really ending but just changing form, becoming the warmth that follows us into sleep and the dreams that warm us through the night." The profundity of this observation transforms the simple, domestic task of banking a fire into something approaching ritual, a recognition that every ending contains within it the seeds of new beginning. Every rest prepares the ground for fresh growth. This is the Hobbit understanding of cycles, not as repetitive drudgery, but as the spiral dance that carries life forward through endless variations on themes of renewal and rest. The cottage settles deeper into evening's embrace, its rooms filled with the particular quality of peace that comes when day's work is done and night's rest beckons with promises of restoration and dream. Every creak of settling timber, every soft sigh of cooling stone, every gentle whisper of air through the eaves speaks of home in its most essential form, not just shelter from the weather, but sanctuary for the soul. "Do you remember," Rosie asks, her voice soft as moth wings against window glass, "when we were children, how the world seemed so much larger then? How every hill might hide a kingdom, every wood might contain an adventure waiting to unfold?" Sam nods slowly, understanding flowing through him like honey through warm bread. The memories she evokes carry the particular poignancy that accompanies the recognition of innocence preserved rather than lost. For while their bodies have grown larger and their responsibilities more complex, the essential capacity for wonder remains intact, merely transformed from the eager anticipation of childhood into the deeper appreciation of those who have learned to find magic in the everyday. "I think," he says, his words coming slowly, thoughtfully, like wine carefully aged in oak barrels, that maybe the world hasn't grown smaller at all. Maybe we've just learned to see the adventures that were always there, hiding in plain sight in our gardens and our kitchens and our quiet conversations by the fire. This insight settles between them like a gift, transforming their modest cottage into a palace, their simple evening ritual into an expedition of discovery that rivals any quest for distant treasure. The idea that domestic life might contain its own forms of adventure, its own opportunities for heroism, its own rewards for courage and dedication, makes every act of daily care a potential triumph. "Like tonight," Rosie agrees, her voice carrying the wonder of one recognizing magic in the very act of recognition itself. "Here we sit in our familiar chairs, telling stories we've heard 100 times before, and yet somehow we're travelling to places we've never been, discovering truths we never quite understood in exactly this way." The fire shifts in the grate, sending up a final shower of sparks that dance briefly in the chimney, before disappearing into the vast darkness beyond. Each tiny light traces its own brief arc of existence, and in their dancing ascent one might glimpse the shapes of other stories yet to be told, other evenings yet to be shared beside fires that burn with the accumulated warmth of countless peaceful moments. "Perhaps," Sam suggests, his voice taking on the drowsy quality that marks the transition from active conversation to the receptive state where thoughts become dreams, and dreams become the foundation for tomorrow's possibilities. Perhaps that's what stories are really for, not to take us away from where we are, but to help us understand how extraordinary where we are really is. The cottage breathes around them, its familiar walls expanding and contracting gently, with the rhythm of those approaching the threshold where consciousness gives way to the deeper currents of rest and renewal. The round windows glow softly in the darkness, like friendly eyes watching over the sleeping Shire, while the last late bloomers in the garden release their perfume into the cooling air, a final gift from day to night. Rosie sets aside her needlework and rises from her chair with the graceful economy of movement that comes from decades of shared domesticity. She moves to the window and gazes out at the star-scattered landscape, where other hobbit holes dot the hillsides like scattered coins of light, each representing a family gathered in similar peace around their own hearth. "Look," she whispers, her voice filled with the gentle awe that never quite fades, no matter how many times one witnesses the nightly transformation of the familiar into the magical. Every light is a story, every window a doorway into some other family's evening of contentment. Sam joins her at the window, and together they stand in comfortable silence, witnesses to the vast network of interconnected peace that makes the Shire not just a place but a way of being in the world. The rolling hills spread before them like a patchwork quilt sewn from moonlight and shadow, each fold and valley holding its own collection of quiet lives, its own treasures of memory and tradition. "I think," Sam says softly, his breath fogging the glass with the warmth of his words, "that if you listened very carefully on a night like this, you might hear all the stories being told around all those fires, blending together into one vast, gentle song that rises from the earth itself. The image conjures itself with perfect clarity, the accumulated stories of an entire people flowing together like tributaries joining a great river, creating a current of shared memory and common understanding that connects every individual tale to the larger narrative of community and continuance. This is the Hobbit gift to the world, not grand gestures or heroic deeds, but the patient cultivation of the small daily acts of love that keep the fabric of civilization whole. A lullaby," Rosie agrees, her voice soft as thistledown on evening air. The Shire's own lullaby, sung by every voice around every hearth, carrying all of us gently towards sleep and dreams filled with more beauty than any single mind could imagine alone. The fire burns lower still, its flames becoming more contemplative than dramatic, casting a softer light that seems to encourage reflection rather than excitement. The cottage settles deeper into night's embrace, its rooms filling with the particular quiet that comes when day's work is done, and rest beckons with promises of restoration and renewal. "Shall we bank the fire properly now?" Sam asks, though his voice carries no urgency, no real desire to disturb the peaceful lethargy that has settled over them like a blanket woven from starlight and satisfaction. "Yes," Rosie agrees, though she makes no immediate move toward the hearth. But slowly, gently, so it can sleep as peacefully as we will. Together they perform the ancient ritual of preparing fire for night's rest, covering the coals with ash to keep them safe and warm until morning, adjusting the dampers to ensure proper breathing, setting the screen to guard against wandering sparks. Each action carries the weight of tradition, the accumulated wisdom of countless generations who have learned that the proper tending of fire is really the proper tending of home, of family, of the precious continuity that makes individual lives meaningful within the larger pattern of community and tradition. "There," Sam says with satisfaction as he completes the final adjustments. "Now it can dream with us, and perhaps tomorrow its dreams will kindle new stories to share around a new fire." The cottage falls into the deep quiet that precedes sleep, its walls seeming to lean in closer, as if to contain the peace more securely, to preserve it in the amber of shared contentment, until morning light returns to wake the world to new possibilities. The familiar creaks and sighs of cooling timber create their own gentle lullaby, while outside the round windows the Shire settles into dreams beneath a sky scattered with stars that seem to pulse in rhythm with the breathing of all who sleep safely in their beds. Rosie moves through the cottage with the quiet efficiency of one who has learned to prepare for rest, without disturbing the fragile tranquility that makes the transition from waking to sleeping as smooth as water flowing over worn stones. She checks the locks more from habit than necessity, in a land where the greatest danger is usually a neighbour's garden gate, left carelessly open, and draws the curtains against the night air that grows cooler with each passing hour. The garden will be heavy with dew tomorrow, she observes, pausing at the kitchen window to gaze out at the plot, where Sam's careful tending has created a small paradise of vegetables and flowers, herbs and fruit trees that exist in perfect harmony with the natural rhythms of growth and rest. Aye, Sam agrees, following her gaze to the moonlit garden where shadows and silver light create a landscape that seems to exist in the borderland between the familiar and the magical. The late tomatoes will be grateful for the moisture, and the herbs will release their fragrance all the sweeter for having been kissed by the night air. The garden, visible through the window as a patchwork of silver and shadow, represents more than mere practical cultivation. It serves as a living manifestation of the Hobbit philosophy that beauty and utility need not exist in opposition, that the most profound satisfactions come from work that serves both practical need and aesthetic joy. Every plant has been chosen not just for its usefulness, but for its contribution to the overall harmony of the space, creating a composition that pleases the eye as much as it nourishes the body. I dreamed last night, Rosie says suddenly, her voice carrying the soft wonder that accompanies the sharing of particularly vivid nocturnal visions, that I could hear the vegetables talking again, like Great Aunt Peony used to claim. Not words exactly, but something like contentment made audible the sound of growing things at peace with their place in the world. The image settles between them like a blessing, transforming the simple act of gardening into something approaching communion, with forces larger and more ancient than human understanding. The idea that plants might have their own forms of contentment, their own methods of expressing satisfaction with the care they receive, opens doors in the mind that lead to rooms full of wonder. Perhaps, Sam suggests, his voice soft with the drowsiness that marks the transition from active thought to the receptive state, where insights arrive like gifts from unknown benefactors. Perhaps that's what we hear when we listen to any well-tended garden, not conversation exactly, but the sound of life finding its proper rhythm, growing and resting and growing again in the eternal dance that keeps the world in balance. The cottage breathes around them, its familiar walls expanding and contracting gently with the rhythm of those approaching the threshold, where consciousness gives way to the deeper currents of rest and renewal. Every timber, every stone, every carefully fitted joint speaks of home in its most essential form. Not just shelter from weather, but sanctuary for the soul, a place where the heart can rest between adventures and the mind can process the day's experiences in the gentle warmth of shared solitude. Come, Rosie says softly, taking Sam's weathered hand in her own, with the easy familiarity of decades spent navigating life's journeys as partners in the truest sense. Let's leave the kitchen to its own dreams and find our way to bed, where our own dreams can begin properly. They move through the cottage with the quiet confidence of those who know every floorboard, every doorway, every potential obstacle that might disturb the peaceful progression toward rest. The familiar geography of their home guides them without conscious thought, leaving their minds free to settle into the gentle lethargy that precedes sleep, the soft dissolution of daily concerns into the deeper currents of restoration and renewal. The bedroom welcomes them with its own particular atmosphere of comfort and safety, its walls lined with treasures accumulated over years of shared life, pressed flowers from long-ago walks, carved wooden figures that their children once cherished, books whose pages have been turned by countless evenings of reading aloud before the small fire that warms this most intimate of spaces. Listen, Sam whispers as they settle into the familiar comfort of their bed, its feather mattress and hand-sewn quilts creating a nest of warmth that seems to embrace them like the arms of the earth itself. Can you hear it? The Shire sleeping, all safe and peaceful beneath the stars. Indeed, the night air carries sounds that speak of a world at rest, the gentle murmur of the brandy wine flowing past gardens and meadows, the soft whisper of wind through oak leaves that have begun their slow transformation toward autumn's golden glory. The distant call of an owl conducting its nightly business with the patient efficiency of one who understands that darkness has its own forms of beauty. I can hear it, Rosie confirms, her voice already softened by the approach of sleep, already beginning to blend with the gentle sounds that surround them like a lullaby composed by the earth itself. It sounds like contentment, like a world that knows exactly what it is and finds that knowledge sufficient. The profundity of this observation settles over them like a benediction, transforming their simple bedroom into a sanctuary where the most important truths reveal themselves, not through argument or analysis, but through the simple recognition of beauty in its most essential form. The idea that peace might be not just the absence of conflict, but the presence of deep, abiding satisfaction with the way things are creates its own form of magic. "Tomorrow," Sam murmurs, his words coming slowly now, separated by longer and longer pauses as sleep claims territory in his consciousness. "We'll tend the garden again, and share the day's stories by the fire again, and find new reasons to appreciate the way our small world holds all the adventure anyone could ever need." "Tomorrow," Rosie agrees, her voice becoming more breath than sound, more dream than waking thought. "And tomorrow after that, and all the tomorrows that stretch ahead like a path through a garden where every step reveals some new beauty waiting to be discovered." The cottage settles into the deepest quiet of night, its rooms filled with the peaceful breathing of those who have learned to find in sleep not an escape from life, but its natural completion, the necessary rest that makes morning's renewal possible. The fire in the main room glows softly behind its screen, dreaming perhaps of tomorrow's flames, while outside the round windows the Shire sleeps beneath stars that seem to pulse in rhythm with the breathing of all who rest safely in their beds. And in this moment, suspended between the day's final conscious thoughts and the night's first dreams, Sam and Rosie join their own peaceful breathing to the vast, gentle symphony of a world at rest, a world where stories flow like water from one generation to the next, where wisdom disguises itself as simple tale, and where the most profound adventures begin and end in the safety of home, beside fires that burn with the accumulated warmth of countless evenings spent in the company of love and the communion of shared wonder. The stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, carrying in their light the promise that morning will come again, bringing with it new opportunities for small kindnesses and quiet courage, new chances to tend. The gardens both visible and invisible that keep the world's beauty alive. But for now, in this perfect moment of transition between waking and sleeping, between story and dream, between the day that was and the day that will be, there is only peace. The deep abiding peace that comes from knowing that some things endure beyond the reach of time and change, preserved not in monuments of stone, but in the living memory of those who understand that the most important treasures are the ones we create together, one story at a time, one shared evening at a time, one act of love at a time. The Shire sleeps, and in its sleeping dreams of waking. The fire dreams of tomorrow's flames. The garden dreams of morning dew and the gentle hands that will tend it when the sun returns. And Sam and Rosie, safe in their bed, surrounded by the accumulated treasures of a life well lived, add their own peaceful dreams to the vast collection of hopes and memories that make their small corner of the world not just a place to live, but a place worth loving, worth protecting, worth passing on to those who will come after to continue the eternal work of keeping beauty alive in a world that sometimes forgets to look for it in the quiet corners where it grows most freely. In the end, this is what the stories are for, not to take us away from where we are, but to help us understand how extraordinary where we are really is, not to promise us adventure in distant lands, but to reveal the adventures that wait in our own gardens, our own kitchens, our own quiet evenings by the fire, where love and memory and hope combine to create something more precious than all the treasures in all the hidden kingdoms of the world. The Shire's Hearthside tales continue, whispered now by the wind in the eaves, murmured by the water flowing past sleeping gardens, carried in the dreams of all who rest beneath the stars that watch over this small, perfect world, where the greatest magic is the magic of home, and the greatest adventure is the adventure of learning to see the wonders that surround us every day, waiting patiently for hearts wise enough to recognize them, and voices gentle enough to preserve them in the amber of story, where they can live forever in the minds and hearts of all who understand that some things are too beautiful to lose, too precious to forget, too important to let pass without celebration. And so the stories flow on, like the brandy wine itself, carrying the wisdom of one generation to the next, ensuring that the Shire's greatest treasures, its peace, its contentment, its understanding that small lives lived with love can contain all the adventure any heart could desire, will endure as long as there are fires to gather round and voices to speak the words that keep the magic alive. But the night is not yet ready to release its hold on storytelling, and in the comfortable darkness of their bedroom, with the gentle sounds of the sleeping Shire flowing through the open window like a lullaby composed by the earth itself, Sam finds himself remembering another tale, one that his own grandfather used to tell during the longest nights of winter, when the snow lay deep over the hills and the fires burned brightest against the cold. "Rosie," he whispers softly, his voice barely disturbing the peaceful quiet that surrounds them like a blessing. "Are you still awake enough for one more story? I was just thinking about old Gerontius and the night the stars came down to dance in his garden." Rosie shifts slightly in the comfortable nest of their bed, her breathing still carrying the rhythm of consciousness, though her voice comes softened by the approach of sleep. "The old Took's grandfather," she murmurs, her words floating between waking and dreaming like mist over the Brandywine at dawn. "Oh, Sam, I haven't heard that tale in years. Please tell it again." The cottage settles deeper into night's embrace as Sam begins this final story, his voice taking on the ceremonial cadence reserved for tales that serve as bridges between the world of waking concerns and the realm of dreams where anything becomes possible. Outside, the Shire breathes with the slow rhythm of earth at rest, while the stars themselves seem to lean closer, as if eager to hear their own story retold in the gentle warmth of domestic comfort, old Gerontius. "Took," Sam begins, his words flowing like honey through warm milk, "was a hobbit of particular wisdom and even more particular stubbornness, which among the Tooks often amounted to the same thing. He lived in the days when the Shire was younger, and the boundary between the everyday and the magical was thinner than morning mist, when wonders walked more freely through the world, and even the most practical hobbit might encounter something that would change his understanding of what was possible forever. The image of this ancient hobbit conjures itself with perfect clarity, a figure both familiar and mysterious, rooted in the soil, of the Shire yet touched by something larger than the concerns of ordinary life. This is the gift of good genealogy, not just the preservation of names and dates, but the cultivation of character, the passing down of stories that transform ancestors from mere historical figures into living presences who continue to influence and inspire long after their physical forms have returned to the earth. Gerontius was known throughout the Shire for his garden, Sam continues, his voice carrying the reverence that hobbits reserve for truly exceptional cultivation. Not just for its size, though it was vast, stretching from his front door to the edge of Took Bank and from the old oak grove to the stream that feeds the mill pond. No, his garden was famous for something far more precious than mere abundance. It was famous for its beauty, beauty so profound that even the birds would pause in their singing to gaze upon his roses, beauty so pure that the very air above his flowers seemed to shimmer with something approaching joy. This description transforms the simple act of gardening into something approaching art, suggesting that the careful tending of growing things might serve as a form of prayer, a way of participating in the ongoing creation of the world through acts of nurture and attention. The idea that beauty itself might have the power to stop time, to create moments of pure appreciation that transcend the merely practical concerns of daily life, speaks to the hobbit understanding that aesthetic joy is not luxury, but necessity. But the true secret of Gerontius's garden, Sam adds, his voice dropping to the whisper that contains the most important revelations, was not in his skill with soil and seed, remarkable though that was. The secret lay in his understanding that gardens exist not just in daylight, but in the mysterious hours of darkness when the moon casts silver shadows, and the stars look down upon the earth with the patient attention of ancient grandparents watching over sleeping children. The notion of nocturnal gardening opens doors in the imagination, suggesting forms of cultivation that extend beyond the merely physical into realms where moonlight and starlight become nutrients as essential as water and soil. This is the territory of the mythical made practical, where wonder disguises itself as agricultural wisdom, and magic reveals itself through the patient observation of natural cycles. Every night, Sam continues, his words flowing with the gentle persistence of water finding its way through stone. After the last light had faded from the western hills and the first stars had begun their eternal dance across the velvet sky, old Gerontius would take his watering can and his pruning shears and make his way through his garden by moonlight, tending to tasks that could only be properly accomplished in darkness. The image of this solitary figure moving through moonlit garden paths creates its own form of beauty, transforming ordinary maintenance into something approaching ceremony. The idea that some forms of care can only be given in darkness, that certain types of attention require the special conditions that night provides, suggests depths of understanding that extend far beyond conventional horticultural wisdom. He would water the night-blooming jasmine with dew collected from spiderwebs at dawn, Sam explains, his voice taking on the hypnotic quality of moonlight itself, flowing and gentle and impossible to grasp directly. He would whisper encouragement to the evening primroses as they opened their petals to catch starlight. He would sit quietly beside the pond where the water lilies floated like fallen stars, listening to the conversations between the frogs and the night-flying insects that most people never learn to hear. Each detail adds another layer to the picture of a man who has learned to work in partnership with forces that operate according to their own mysterious schedules, who understands that the most profound forms of cultivation require not just knowledge of technique, but sensitivity to timing, not just skill with tools, but openness to wonder. But the most remarkable thing Gerontius did in his nighttime garden, Sam continues, his voice soft as moth wings against window glass, was something that even his own family found difficult to believe, though they witnessed it with their own eyes on the night when the stars decided to come down and dance among his flowers. The fire in the distant hearth shifts quietly in its grate, sending a gentle warmth through the cottage that seems to pulse in rhythm with the telling of this tale. The familiar walls of the bedroom seem to expand slightly, making room for wonder, creating space where the impossible becomes inevitable, and the magical reveals itself as simply another aspect of truth waiting to be recognized. It happened during the longest night of winter, Sam explains, his words flowing like a river of starlight through the comfortable darkness. The snow lay deep over all the Shire, transforming the familiar landscape into something that belonged as much to dreams as to waking life. The cold was sharp enough to make the stars ring like crystal bells when the wind touched them, and the moon hung full and bright above the white hills like a lantern lit by someone who understood that even winter nights need beauty to make them bearable. The description conjures a landscape both harsh and beautiful, where the very severity of winter creates conditions for a different kind of magic. Not the green abundance of summer, but the crystalline clarity that comes when the world strips itself down to essentials and reveals the bone-deep structures that support all growth. Gerontius was in his garden, as always, moving between the snow-covered beds with the patient devotion of one who knows that caring for growing things is a year-round responsibility, not something that stops when the visible growth stops. Sam's voice carries the respect that comes from personal understanding, from his own decades of learning that true gardening involves relationship rather than mere technique. He was checking the roses he had carefully wrapped in burlap to protect them from frost, making sure the covers were secure and that the plants beneath were sleeping safely through the winter, Sam continues, creating an image of tenderness that transforms garden maintenance into an act of love. He was spreading extra mulch around the fruit trees, giving them additional warmth to carry them through until spring's return. He was doing all the small, careful tasks that ensure a garden's survival through the dark months when growth happens invisibly, in the secret places where roots gather strength for the explosion of life that will come with a warmer weather. The cottage breathes around them as Sam pauses, allowing the image to settle into consciousness like snow accumulating on branches, slowly, gently, creating its own form of beauty through the patient accretion of small, perfect details. And then, Sam continues, his voice taking on the quality of wonder that marks the moment when ordinary story transforms into something approaching myth. something began to happen that Gerontius had never seen before, something so beautiful and so impossible that at first he thought he might be dreaming, even though he stood wide awake in the crystal-clear air of the winter night. Rosie's breathing has settled into the deeper rhythm of approaching sleep, but her silence carries the quality of attention that suggests she is following every word, allowing the story to weave itself into the fabric of her dreams, where it will continue to work its gentle magic, long after the telling is complete. "The stars," Sam whispers, his voice soft as snowflakes settling on still water, "began to move." The simple statement carries the weight of revolution, suggesting a moment when the fixed points of reference that anchor ordinary understanding begin to shift, revealing that what appears solid and permanent might actually be far more fluid and responsive than everyday experience suggests. Not the normal movement of the stellar dance that carries the constellations across the sky in their stately progression from east to west, Sam explains, his words flowing with the patience of one who understands that the most important truths require careful preparation before they can be properly received. This was something entirely different. Individual stars detaching themselves from their usual positions and beginning a slow, graceful descent toward the earth below. The image creates its own form of magic, transforming the familiar night sky into something alive and responsive, capable of participating in earthly affairs through acts of beauty that bridge the gap between heaven and ground. The idea that stars might choose to leave their appointed places speaks to a universe far more intimate and interactive than the mechanical clockwork that sometimes passes for cosmic understanding. One by one, like silver tears of joy falling from the face of the night itself, the stars came down, Sam continues, his voice taking on the rhythm of falling light, gentle and persistent and impossible to resist. They descended slowly, gracefully, trailing threads of luminescence that connected them to their places in the sky, like silver cords that would allow them to return when their earthly dance was complete. The cottage settles deeper into the embrace of night as this impossible vision unfolds, its walls seeming to breathe with the rhythm of cosmic wonder, made manifest in the intimate space of domestic storytelling. The familiar bedroom becomes a vessel for containing infinite beauty, a sanctuary where the most profound mysteries can be examined in the gentle light of love and shared understanding. Gerontius stood transfixed, Sam continues, his words painting pictures that exist somewhere between memory and dream, between the possible and the purely magical. He watched as star after star settled into his garden like luminous birds choosing their favourite perches, transforming his carefully tended beds into something that existed halfway between earth and heaven. The image of stars choosing to rest among familiar flowers creates a vision of harmony that speaks to the deepest longings of the gardener's heart. The desire to create spaces so beautiful, so perfectly attuned to the natural order, that even cosmic forces recognize them as worthy of special attention. They perched on his rose bushes like blooms made of light itself, Sam explains, his voice soft with wonder at the vision he creates with words. They nestled among his herb gardens, releasing fragrances that had never existed on Earth before, the scent of starlight mixed with lavender, the perfume of cosmic distance blended with the homely comfort of sage and thyme. Each detail adds another layer to the impossible beauty of the scene, creating a sensory experience that transcends the merely visual to engage every aspect of perception. The idea that starlight might have its own fragrance, that cosmic phenomena might blend with earthly herbs to create new forms of beauty, opens territories of wonder that stretch far beyond the boundaries of ordinary experience. But the most miraculous moment, Sam continues, his voice dropping to the whisper that contains the heart of every story worth telling, came when the stars began to dance. The fire in the distant hearth pulses gently, its light seeming to respond to the rhythm of the tale, while outside the round windows the actual stars seem to shine more brightly, as if eager to participate in their own story being retold in the warmth of domestic comfort. At first it was just a gentle swaying, Sam explains, his words flowing like music made visible, like poetry transformed into movement. The stars that had settled among the flowers began to pulse and shimmer with a rhythm that seemed to come from the very heartbeat of the earth itself. Then slowly, gracefully, they began to lift and spin, creating patterns of light that wrote themselves across the garden in letters made of luminescence. The vision of dancing starlight creates its own choreography in the mind, suggesting forms of beauty that exist beyond the reach of ordinary description, yet somehow become perfectly clear through the alchemy of story well told. This is the gift of imagination working in partnership with language, the ability to make the impossible seem not just believable, but inevitable. They dance the story of seasons, Sam continues, his voice taking on the rhythm of the cosmic ballet he describes. Their movements trace the path of spring's return, the abundance of summer's growth, the grateful harvest of autumn's bounty, and the peaceful rest of winter's sleep. They dance the story of every seed that had ever been planted with hope, every flower that had ever bloomed with joy, every harvest that had ever been gathered with thanksgiving. The dance becomes a form of communication that transcends words, a language of light and movement that speaks directly to the heart's understanding of what gardens represent in the larger pattern of existence. The idea that stars might know and celebrate the simple cycles of growth and rest that govern earthly gardening suggests a universe far more aware and appreciative than the indifferent cosmos of purely mechanical understanding. But more than that, Sam adds, his words flowing with the gentle insistence of truth that cannot be denied. They dance the story of every gardener who had ever worked with love, every person who had ever understood that tending growing things is really a form of partnership with forces larger and more mysterious than human comprehension can grasp. The cottage breathes with the rhythm of this cosmic recognition, its familiar walls expanding to contain the infinite beauty of a universe that notices and celebrates the small acts of devotion that keep the world's beauty alive. The bedroom becomes a temple where the most profound mysteries reveal themselves through the simple act of sharing stories that carry truth disguised as wonder. Gerontius watched until dawn began to silver the eastern hills, Sam continues, his voice soft with the exhaustion that comes from witnessing beauty too profound for ordinary consciousness to contain easily. He watched as the stars completed their dance and began their slow ascent back to their appointed places in the sky, trailing threads of gratitude that seemed to bless every plant, every path, every carefully tended corner of the garden they were leaving behind. The return of the stars to their celestial positions creates its own form of sadness and completion, the bittersweet recognition that the most beautiful moments cannot be permanently captured, but must be allowed to flow back into the larger patterns from which they emerged, carrying with them the gift of having been witnessed and appreciated. And when the last star had resumed its place in the fading night sky, Sam concludes, his voice carrying the weight of transformation that marks the end of all properly told tales. Gerontius found that his garden had been changed in ways that no ordinary cultivation could have achieved. The promise of lasting transformation speaks to every gardener's deepest hope that the work of tending and caring might result in something that transcends the merely practical, to become a form of participation in the ongoing creation of beauty in the world. From that night forward, Sam explains, his words flowing with the satisfaction of story, reaching its proper conclusion, every flower that bloomed in Gerontius's garden carried within its petals a trace of starlight, a shimmer of cosmic beauty that reminded all who saw them that the boundary between heaven and earth is far thinner than most people suppose. The lasting gift of the stars' visit transforms the garden into something approaching sacred space, a place where the memory of transcendent beauty continues to manifest in forms that can be shared with others, creating ripples of wonder that extend far beyond the original moment of magic. And they say, Sam adds, his voice soft with the particular reverence reserved for family legends that carry the weight of possible truth, that on the clearest nights of winter, when the stars shine bright enough to cast shadows on the snow, you can still see them dancing above the hill where Gerontius's garden used to bloom, celebrating the memory of that perfect partnership between earthly care and cosmic appreciation. The cottage falls into the deep quiet that follows the completion of a perfect tale, its rooms filled with the peaceful breathing of those who have been carried by story into the realm where the impossible becomes inevitable, and wonder reveals itself as the most practical response to a universe far more magical than ordinary experience suggests. Outside, the actual stars continue their ancient progression across the sky, their light seeming somehow brighter now, more personal, as if the telling of their story has awakened them to the possibility of new forms of relationship with the earthbound gardeners who work by their light. The Shire sleeps beneath their gentle radiance, its rolling hills and peaceful valleys bathed in silver that carries hints of the cosmic dance that connects all growing things to the larger rhythms of creation and renewal. "Sleep now," Sam whispers, his voice already blending with the gentle sounds of night that flow through the open window, like a lullaby composed by the earth itself. Sleep and dream of gardens where starlight blooms like flowers, where the boundary between heaven and earth dissolves in the face of beauty too profound for anything but wonder. Rosie's breathing has settled into the deep rhythm of approaching dreams, her consciousness already beginning to merge with the story landscape where stars dance among familiar flowers, and the most impossible beauty becomes simply another aspect of truth waiting to be recognized. The comfortable warmth of their shared bed creates its own form of sanctuary, a place where the day's concerns give way to the night's deeper currents of restoration and renewal. The cottage breathes around them, its timber walls expanding and contracting gently with the rhythm of those who have learned to find in sleep not an escape from life, but its natural completion, the necessary rest that makes morning's renewal possible. Every creak of settling wood, every soft whisper of air through the eaves, every gentle sigh of cooling stone speaks of home, in its most essential form, not just shelter from weather, but sanctuary for the soul. And in this perfect moment of transition between story and dream, between the day that was and the day that will be, between the conscious appreciation of beauty and the unconscious processing of wonder that happens in sleep, Sam and Rosie join their own peaceful breathing to the vast, gentle symphony of a world at rest. A world where stories flow like water from one generation to the next, carrying the seeds of wisdom and wonder that keep the garden of human understanding forever in bloom. The stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, no longer merely distant points of light, but participants in an ongoing conversation between heaven and earth, between the cosmic and the intimate, between the vastness of space and the precious smallness of home. Their light falls gently on the sleeping Shire, blessing every garden, every hearth, every quiet corner where beauty grows in partnership with love and attention. Sleep comes gently to Hobbiton, carried on the wings of well-told tales, and the promise that tomorrow will bring new opportunities for wonder, new chances to tend the gardens of both earth and memory that make life not just bearable, but beautiful, not just endurable, but endlessly, quietly, perfectly worth living. In dreams, the stars continue dancing, their light weaving itself into the fabric of sleep where all stories become true and all beauty becomes possible. The garden of night blooms with flowers made of starlight and memory, while the brandywine murmurs its eternal secrets to anyone wise enough to listen with the heart rather than merely the ears. And the Shire's Hearthside tales flow on, whispered now by the wind in the eaves, murmured by the water flowing past sleeping gardens, carried in the dreams of all who rest beneath stars that remember the night they came down to dance among the flowers, when heaven and earth joined hands in celebration of the simple truth that beauty shared becomes beauty multiplied, that wonder witnessed becomes wonder preserved, that love expressed becomes love eternal. The fire dreams of tomorrow's flames, the garden dreams of morning dew, the cottage dreams of waking voices and the gentle sounds of daily life beginning again, and Sam and Rosie sleep the sleep of those who have learned that the greatest adventures are often the quietest ones. The deepest magic is often the most ordinary, and the most profound truths are often the simplest. That home is where the heart finds peace, that stories are how wisdom travels through time, and that love, like starlight, illuminates everything it touches with a beauty that never fades, never fails, never stops dancing in the gardens of those who know how to see it. And so we come to the end of tonight's Hearthside Tales, carried gently from the warm cottages of Hobbiton back to wherever you rest tonight. Like the brandywine flowing past sleeping gardens, these stories will continue their quiet work in the spaces between waking and sleeping, weaving themselves into dreams where starlight blooms like flowers and every garden holds the possibility of wonder. The Shire sleeps now, safe beneath stars that remember the night they came down to dance among earthly blossoms. Sam and Rosie rest in the comfort of shared stories and mutual peace, their cottage glowing softly in the darkness like one small beacon in a vast network of contentment that stretches across rolling hills where other families gather around other fires, telling other tales that preserve the gentle magic of home. Tomorrow the sun will rise over Hobbiton, bringing new opportunities for small kindnesses and quiet courage. Gardens will wake heavy with dew, kitchens will warm with the scent of baking bread, and voices will share the day's first stories over cups of tea that steam like incense in the morning light. The great work of tending beauty in the world will begin again, one careful act at a time, one shared moment at a time, one story at a time. But tonight, in this peaceful darkness, let the Shire's wisdom settle into your own dreams. Let the memory of singing vegetables and dancing stars, of doors that open to wonder and rivers that remember everything, carry you gently toward rest. Know that somewhere in the quiet corners where beauty grows most freely, the ancient partnership between love and attention continues its patient work of keeping magic alive in a world that sometimes forgets to look for it. Sleep well wherever you are. Dream of gardens where starlight grows like flowers, of hearth fires that burn with the warmth of shared stories, of homes where the greatest adventures begin and end in the safety of a love. And when morning comes, may you carry with you something of the Shire's contentment, the understanding that the most profound treasures are often the simplest ones, waiting patiently to be noticed by hearts wise enough to recognize them. Until we gather again beside the fire of story, may your own hearthside be blessed with peace, your own garden bloom with beauty, and your own dreams dance with the gentle magic that makes every ordinary moment a small celebration of the extraordinary gift of being alive in a world where wonder never truly disappears, but only waits to be rediscovered by those who remember how to see. Thank you for sharing this quiet evening in the Shire. Rest well and dream sweetly of dancing stars.